Hello everybody, how are you guys doing today? Oh, my camera is misaligned again. Hey folks. So, we're back with architectural horror. Still working on that series. I think it's gonna be a very fun one. So yeah, let me show you guys what we've done so far, and I'll explain as we go in case you missed last stream. You had a dream about this. Yeah, you have to tell me. Okay, so it's empty so far because we haven't started, but let me pull out the other ones we did the other day. Put it down here. Okay, so it's gonna be a first-person series that's gonna, you know, star me. And it's gonna be essentially like the basic gist of it is I find a strange door in my parents' basement. It's been there forever, but nobody's been able to open it, so everyone assumes that it's just kind of a leftover and there's really nothing back there. But I decide to go ahead and try opening it anyway. So I get some tools, get to work, and finally, with brute force, I get to open the door. And what's down there? It's strange. It's like a service corridor. There's like tubes and pipes and stuff. It feels like maybe I just broke into some weird municipal electricity and water kind of pathway. Some kind of maintenance thing, but I feel like, yeah, this is connected to my parents' house. Like, let's keep going. So I start descending. At first it's a corridor, but very slowly starts expanding and expanding. And as I go in, I realize I'm like way over my head. So I'll have to do like several expeditions and live tweet through all of this, of course, which will take a few days. And it's slowly gonna start becoming from something that looks more regular and like, you know, this was built for a purpose. It's slowly gonna devolve into a very strange, nearly, you know, nonsensical architecture that is just enormous. Stuff like this. This is what we did the other day. It's kind of a proof of concept of what we're gonna find like deeper down into this abyss. So, essentially like me exploring an endless maze and documenting my journey through it. So, that's the gist of it. So, hey, what's up everyone? I haven't read House of Leaves because I want to get the physical version. But I know about it. Yeah, that kind of style, as far as I've heard from the book. Backrooms, yeah, that kind of thing, something like backroom style. But the spin I'm giving it is like, it's a first-person exploration that's gonna appear kind of like a live thread and slowly devolve as it goes. Really oldest house from Control, yeah, another inspiration there. So yeah, lots of cool inspirations in the genre of architectural horror. Of course, this is our own spin, so we'll try and keep it as original as we can from that. The tentative name I'm giving it is a ziggurat, because it just sounds cool. It's a cool name for a structure, the ziggurat. The explanation I'm gonna give that name, it's gonna be like in-universe a name, right? Is that as I'm exploring it, I theorize that it's some sort of, you know, ziggurat-like structure. So I start saying like, oh, I'm starting to get like the structure of it as I've done a few explorations. You know, we start here, it goes like this, and then suddenly it goes down, goes like this, goes down, goes like this, goes down. So it's like you're in some sort of inverted ziggurat. and this is what I theorize, right? I'm just going down and down, and I theorize it's some sort of structure like this, and I'm just going to be able to climb up some other place. Of course, that's just going to be a theory, and I'm going to get cocky with that theory, and I'm going to get lost, which means that suddenly, during the middle of this little series unfolding, I'm not gonna publish a whole thread at once. It's gonna be live over several days, and at some point it's just gonna go in so deep that I'm just gonna disappear from social media for a few days and leave people wondering, like, where is this guy? But like completely disappear. Not only like I'm not gonna tweet, I'm not gonna be streaming or anything to keep the story going. And it turns out it just keeps going and just keeps getting larger. So the whole ziggurat theory was wrong. There is no upper levels. Just keeps going. Is this an SCP? Don't invoke that name here. So yeah, that's the general gist of it. Kind of like adapting it to social media in a way, adapting this kind of story of, you know, back rooms, endless corridors, that kind of thing. But also another really big inspiration is the manga series Blame with exclamation point. It's a weird one, but it has some fantastic visuals. The whole concept around that series is that it all takes place in this huge kind of endless structure that was started by, if I recall correctly, some sort of AI that was tasked with building a city, and it was like meant to automate everything from like gathering resources to building, etc. But once it finished, it didn't stop. It just kept going, and it's going so fast. It's like self-replicating in a way that it's gone so fast that even if you move at the fastest possible speed away from the center of this city, with this endless structure, it's still being built at a faster rate that you can move through it. So you can theoretically like never get out until like the machine runs out of every possible resource it finds, which is a very creepy, claustrophobic thing. But the spaces are so huge and completely not made for humans. I'm gonna showcase some of those things, and that's a lot of the vibe I want to go for, is those Blame panels. So here we have some. And what I love about that series is just the landscapes and how they are just sprawling, but they also feel like they're always confined. There's never really a sky. You're inside a jail of concrete, so to speak. So just very good stuff. I really recommend it if you like that kind of thing. Hey Mechtel. So see this. Beautiful. It's fantastic. So obviously that's where a lot of the inspiration comes from, down to this specific panel, which is stuck in my brain, and I want to do something like that in this series. Something very similar to this, with just a huge, just never-ending trench, and just a small walkway going past it. But it's good, right? It's so dope. And beautiful drawings as well. And it's all like concrete and pipes, kind of industrial. And that's what I love. That is exactly the vibe I'm aiming for. So that is probably the largest inspiration, as much as, you know, a lot of people are talking about the back rooms and House of Leaves, Piranesi, all those things. Obviously, Piranesi, the artist Piranesi, is also another one of the inspirations. Piranesi prisons. So Piranesi was an artist who mostly worked on etchings or charcoal, who did all these beautiful architectural drawings, mostly like things like ruins and stuff, as you guys can see here. But it was like just big, sprawling classical or neoclassical architecture. But so as far as the story goes, one day he gets sick. He gets a huge fever for a long time, and during this time he starts doing some strange drawings of prisons, and they are both sprawling and claustrophobic at the same time. The geometry like breaks in some places. It's this just oppressive, enormous space. I love it. Look at this. So this series was called The Prisons, and I think it's like this is like the genesis of every architectural horror. I would just what I would pay for a game that was literally just exploring these spaces in that hand-drawn style. So yeah, I really recommend you guys look up The Prisons by Piranesi. Really, really good stuff in there, and it's kind of like you can see like the fever etching there. It's like some of them are kind of messy, and I just love that. Anyway, that's Piranesi, The Prisons. Then we have Blame, the manga Blame. Obviously, the Backrooms, and also internet horror. Those are the main inspirations. The name Ziggurat is still pending. Like I'm not super married to it. Like we could change. It's just like I want to give it a working name of sorts to, you know, be able to refer to it in easy ways. So the general structure of the space is, at least at first, going to be something like this, right? And this is not like open spaces. Like maybe you go down a bunch of stairs, and it's just kind of like tightly closed around the stairs. You don't have like, you don't see the rest of the structure. You go down these stairs, you come out here, and it continues this way. So at first it's gonna be kind of small, claustrophobic, like regular stuff, like you know, a regular corridor, a room. The next one is a corridor that's slightly bigger. It just keeps going up in scale, and it doesn't really stop. It just keeps going up and up and up in scale. So the first spaces will be, you know, like this would be the space of a regular corridor, like with this being me. Then you go to a room that's a bit bigger. Then it just like slowly goes up in scale until eventually, you know, this here is the room. They go in endlessly in both directions, pretty much. And this here is you. This little thing. That's the general gist of it. That's what I want to go for. So far, as we explained, I've done like 2 of the starting corridors. I think I've opened these already. That's fine. 2 of the starting corridors, these 2. And then So this would be generally the scale we're going with at first. Pretty regular. And this would be one of the close to ending locations. Another thing that's going to progress as we go forward into this story is that not only the spaces are going to get physically bigger, they are going to get less and less made for humans. Also, thank you for the follow, Levi. Less and less made for humans. At first, they're going to have, you know, doors, stairs, handrails in more dangerous places. Slowly, they're going to start losing that. They're going to start like, you know, there's a drop and there are no stairs. You kind of have to jump for scale, and you might be stuck down there. You have to find another way up. Slowly, it's just going to lose that. Like, it's still going to be made of the same things, of concrete and neon lights and that kind of vibe. But like this here, there's no structure made for humans. It's just kind of nonsense. So, a lot like this. This one's still a bit claustrophobic, but eventually, yeah, it's just gonna devolve into pure weirdness. And I love that. It's fantastic, isn't it? Okay. So, the other day we basically just scoured the internet a little bit and got a decent little collection of images to start from. So that way we don't have to like go look for images too much. We just need to find like a good base image and then modify it. So for example, this is the base image that led to the one I showed before. This is the base image that led to this, right? So I just enclosed the space. I removed all the outdoor things and every human writing because I don't want it to look too human. That makes sense? Don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, let's see. In terms of pictures I want to use, kind of like as a base, is this one. Like a nice industrial style. There's this one, which feels pretty enclosed underground. There's definitely this one. This one I love because it has the same feel as the one, like as this one, which we ended up using for that other picture I just showed. Kind of similar feels. Just like a lot of crossing concrete structures. The thing, of course, like we did for this one, here we had to remove every trace of outdoors, which we're gonna have to do here as well. And add artificial lighting, all that kind of stuff. But I feel like this one it's a good one. I don't know, what do you guys think? So first thing we would need to do is just do a selection of every outdoors place. I'm not gonna bother with rails here, the handrails, because it's gonna be like down the line and we don't need those. We have to remove every human structure, if that makes sense. So, oh, wait, you guys can't see that because it's right behind my camera, but I can't move it currently. Give me a sec. There we go. So yeah, what is you guys' favorite, like, architecture horror story? I feel like it's just a cool thing when the space itself is the villain. There's no monsters, it's just oppressive spaces. It's such a cool thing to explore in horror. Social sciences building at my college was kind of nightmarishly designed. I love that. Just, you know, some pure bad architecture. Hey, Elfin. So very simple lines here. Oh, I guess I kept this. Okay. Oh yeah, Mectal, that didn't send. I just saw JK and I was like, I assumed something hadn't sent. Monster House. I've heard actually about House of Leaves. I've heard some divisive things. I'm gonna say, I haven't read it, so I can't comment. But I'll give you my full opinions once I get to read it. Monster House the movie, honestly, a banger movie. Locations in Control, yes, I love that kind of moving brutalist building aesthetic they have. So good. They chose a very good aesthetic for that game. Dark City. Hey, how are you doing, Jess? It's a Buffy episode where some college students accidentally get their frat house possessed by a demon. I love that. I never watched Buffy. That's something I should fix, Jess? This is the kind of little corner that I always forget to cut out until it's too late. So thankfully, I remember this time. See, the problem here is that it's so strongly lit that the edges are kind of blown out. Makes it, it's gonna make it a little bit harder to get the edge right, but we will give it our all. I love Buffy, but it's extremely goofy. Hey, Sora. Yeah, I'd love to try that. That sounds fun, Jess. What's the scariest part of architectural horror for you? I think it's the loneliness of being stuck in a hostile space. And not necessarily hostile because, you know, ooh, big monster or anything. Just the space itself, you know? It's like not made for you in a way. That's what I like. Did you ever watch any Portal 2 short films on YouTube? Official things or fan-made? I can't say I have. There's a staircase in my university library that always felt ominous. Older part of the building that was kept. Oh, pure concrete. I love that. Yeah, I love, like, pure concrete can have that slightly aggressive aesthetic, which I love. Hard edges, just pure monochrome grayness. Something very cool about it. Oh yeah, send him my way if you found it, Sora. Sounds fun. Oh, I will have to, remind me if I forget, I will have to redo this. Or just entirely remove it. Both could work. Might have made the staircase more inviting by painting the walls red, but it only made it glow ominously. I love that. Hey class, how you doing? It's actually, I think you're a fan as well. We were talking about Blame before, the manga, and how it has, you know, these endless hostile spaces. It's so good. I love the aesthetic, and it's a lot of what I'm going for here, so I think you will enjoy it. Okay, so here's the idea. I'm gonna try flipping just so it's not, doesn't look super copy pasted, and filling this, the back of this space with some more of the same, so to speak. It will make it darker, we'll try and combine it. Hey, thank you for the resub. Dosmont. One physics club room at college was in the basement. The ceilings were low, the concrete hall was long, and sounds carried strangely down it. Detached historic steam tunnels that were off limits and made it always too hot. I love that. That's like hostile space. It's fun and fun unless you were alone. It was eerie. Yeah, I get that. This flop, thank you for the follow. Okay, that staircase was the death. Every plant trace in there died. The corners of each step were just piled with dead insects. Oh, that is ominous. Love that. What if I made it a little bit weirder by flipping it vertically? So that suddenly everything is going in a different direction. Instead of flipping horizontally, you know? I could take different little chunks and see how this now makes an angle like that. That's fun. It suddenly like inverts the angle of everything. I feel like it could be slightly turned. Then of course we need another one of this. Same style here. Oh, well that is silly. There we go. I think I moved it without realizing. No, the top picture was not up to the edge, but I think it's fine now. Okay, so Sora, is that your dream you're telling? Because I've been, let me catch up with it. Woke up in one of those flats that had carpeted floor and super bland whitish walls. No idea what I was doing there. Made myself some breakfast. There was only one mug, one spoon, one carton of milk, one single package of cocoa powder. Nothing else. Windows with blinds that wouldn't go up, and the only door was the one leading to the corridor. I opened the apartment door, and the moment I stepped outside, I noticed the corridor basically repeated itself to the infinite. Every door that I opened led to the same flat I woke up in. Love that. Nothing quite like a good ominous dream, right? Also, if that was my fault somehow, by doing architectural horror and getting that into your brain, either I'm sorry or thank you, or no problem. Depending on how it made you feel. Okay, so we've kind of filled up the back of the space. Right now it feels all very piled up, but I'll make it darker to show some depth, so we'll be fine, I think. You reached the end of the simulation, you truly did. So now we make another copy. I'm gonna flip vertically again, just to keep people guessing. And have an even... Oh, hold on. Again, is this not exactly the size of... No, I'm just silly. I just, for some reason, moved it at some point and took it out of the frame. Either that or it was moved all along. Anyway, it's all good now. So we have an even further away version of this. Now I just need to fill this little space there. And I can leave the rest black. It's fine, it's gonna be so deep in that we're gonna be good, I think. Also, big money organites Sant Choka. Thank you guys for the follows. Okay, so this would be like level 3 in depth. This would be level 2, and the first one is level 1. Just to keep the depth consistent, we're gonna have some levels attached to each of these each of this. Yeah, that's confusing. I would call them both levels. I'm just gonna make them darker as they go. So we still have the feeling of depth in there. Yeah, sorry I reached the end of a free trial. Okay, now we have to smooth that transition in. For example, here, this part seems to be directly connected to this edge, so we need to ease that in a little bit. Also, yes, I can't forget that one. Here, in that first level, we have a little bit of handrail I got that didn't get cut, and that should have. So up here, oh, there are still some remnants. Apparently I forgot a chunk. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was because the crop was wrong before. Because I'm silly like that. Okay. Anything else to cut? I think we're good. I will have to make up some sort of artificial lighting. I still don't know exactly what it's gonna look like, but we'll try. So, okay, let's see. What's the best way of removing all this quickly? I wonder if there's a big little chunk of railing that I can copy. Yeah, it will have to be the good old manual way, I think. Because we have some railing here, but it's a different perspective. That's not gonna look great. Not here either. Honestly, I could do this the lazy way. It might even look better. And who am I to complain if it both looks better and it's faster? So the idea would be to completely remove that. See. Same here. And that'll give us a little bit more view into that second level back there. So yeah, not a terrible thing overall. I'm thinking I could even remove this chunk. But I'm not sure if that will be too much. Let's see. No, that's not terrible. Do a little bit of this. We're gonna add creatures or will it be architecture only? I'm thinking architecture only. What I might add is maybe the implication of creatures. Like, there's this huge machinery and there's nobody to operate it. So there's the implied assumption that someone must be there. It's just unclear who or what could possibly have some use for these machines and what they would even do with them. And of course, there are going to be very ominous noises. I do want to get some video content here as well. So during the videos, I'm planning to do a little bit of, you know, audio editing and create some terrifying background noises of just imagine like huge machinery just creaking in the distance, just roaring. A huge wheel turning, that kind of thing. Again, it's the implication more than the actual reality of something is chasing you like a mindless creature chasing you. I like the idea of something that is clearly hasn't been built for humans. So since we still have some black space here, just because of how we changed the crop or the cut slightly, what I'm doing right now is adding levels upon levels upon levels of these columns and trying to change them with every instance. They just go further and further away. Till it's pretty much just pure blackness, you know? Okay, let's do a little thing here. I don't like this area. I don't know, honestly, the decision of adding creatures or not might be done on the spot, depending on the needs of the story. Because if I feel like it's boring and not super tense without them, I might just make an executive decision to actually add something. You know the Iron Foundry by Mosolov? It's classical music. It is the sounds of a big factory. Interesting. Iron Foundry by Mosolov. I will note that down. Mosolov. Got it. Yeah, weird shadows might be a good compromise. Something I would like is... What's that? Is that from the initial picture? It is. Yeah, something I'd like is to have a video where I hear a sound and I react as if there's something right behind me, or I get startled and start running, even though I don't show anything, to, you know, it'll be fun, I think. I still need to get all the video footage. I'm planning to go to an abandoned factory with my sister, hopefully, and film that there, so we shall see when we get there. We'll see what we can film too. It might just suck. Okay, I don't like this. I think I cut too much away. Let's see. I like this chunk. And the fun thing is, it doesn't have to make sense. This is supposed to be like way way inside this structure where architecture has stopped making sense a while ago. Okay, this one is just meant to be this little chunk here. Okay, this part is all right, I think. Oh, some sounds. Thank you. I'll save them in my little list. Okay, I hope this all kept a certain sense of depth, despite me just re-adding the same layers over and over. I hope that's been maintained a little bit. Is it time for our impossible geometry to rear his head? It absolutely is. I mean, yeah, this one will be, yeah, way towards the end, when everything has stopped making sense a while ago. So this is where we have fun with impossible things. I think we're gonna need some major color management here. Let's start with one of these. Maybe the greens. Down slightly. This looks decent. And we'll do the same for the rest. We get the curves. No, that's control. There we go. The second layer. This part here, right? Yeah, you're right. It does feel a bit too close. But still, I mean, this is preliminary in any case, because we still haven't added our own artificial lighting. This will go enough the natural lighting in the original picture. So we still have to, you know, add our little neon lights and all that. I mean, it could just be out of sight, which would be fine, probably. Hi, someone. What I would also like to add is some soft light. Also, the good thing about this is it will need a lot of images, but not all of them need a ton of editing, if that makes sense. A lot of them will just require some minor things, some tweaks and stuff. Or just like removing the natural lights and adding a sort of ceiling. That should be about it for most. So I'm okay with focusing on these ones a little bit more for the streams and stuff. It's more fun to see like a more radical edit, if that makes sense. So here I just exaggerate some of the lights and put the focus in like this little area that I kind of like. Like this is the area where things, the geometry kind of breaks. So in order to highlight it, just lighting that area up a bit more. Then we'll try to find the explanation for that, like where the sources of light actually are. Yeah, actually, if the light is coming this way, so from here, and it's just hitting these spots, maybe it is off screen. Maybe just shining this way. Right, so maybe we don't need to add neon lights to every picture. Yeah, it's a bit overkill. But maybe we just add a little bit of glare coming through this side to imply that, you know, that's where the light is. And then maybe some shadows right behind. With some normal and some soft light layers. Whoa. Yo, I got some fantastic news today. It's a shame I can't tell y'all about it. But, I mean, maybe I could, but I'll keep it just in case myself. But Jess, if you're here, I will talk to you later, more in depth. I kind of left you hanging. Sorry for being cryptic. You know how it is sometimes. We could say it's like a kind of commission, yeah. Very exciting one. It's not because there are contracts or anything not allow me to speak about it. It's mostly because, yeah, much cooler than that. That says, it's mostly because, you know, it might end up being nothing. I will get folks excited for something and then it doesn't happen. So find it very difficult to put into words my desire to explore impossible dreamlike words. But without the explicit element of horror or nightmare. That makes sense. I do agree. But I feel like with a lot of these things, these weird dreamscapes, there is an inherent element of horror. Just because something so impossible like that is something unconceivable is, at least to me by default, kind of terrifying. Esophagus, hello. Manifold Garden. Yeah, it's cool aesthetic. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is how you frame it. I think you can frame weird, dreamlike, impossible worlds as, you know, even like cool, relaxing things. But I feel like once that clashes with real life, like if you were there and experiencing this world, it would have some, you know, it would be inherently terrifying, I would say. Like, it's cool to think about the back rooms, but the scary thing is like imagining actually being there, actually being stuck in this essentially endless maze. Okay, I need to change up the cut here because it's very, very, very clean, way too clean. I'm gonna shift the edge. Inwards a little bit and feather it. Also maybe give it a little bit of edge detection, so... Oh, that's not very good. That's kind of terrible edge detection. Yeah, let's forget about that. Okay. Antechamber, yeah, that's another good one. Oh, it looks trippy if I remove the main layer. Everything below it is complete nonsense. I love it. Okay, I hope the lighting makes some sense. Because apart from that, I don't know if there's anything very specific to do. I'm wondering if I put everything together, what if I crop it slightly differently to remove some of that ceiling? Like maybe it doesn't need to have all that in there. The thing, I want to keep the crops the same, so 2x3 in every instance, because, you know, I want it to feel like it's all been taken straight from camera with no editing. So if I crop all of them in a different way, it might feel a bit like it. So essentially just 2x3, either horizontal or vertical, to be like, yeah, I just took my camera with me. That's why I have all these pictures. Receiver, yeah, receiver has some cool level design, or yeah, level philosophy. Also Hazel. I'm wondering what crop is better. What do you guys think? Do you prefer the zoomed in version or zoomed out? The zoomed in hand can have a couple different crops. I kind of like this one. It was more balanced, but could be several of them. The Shining has architectural horror too. When you look close, you realize that you cannot make the overload because it changes from one track to the next. Yeah, I like that. It's a deliberate confusion in that. I mean, it's also like movie making in general. You don't have, like, you just shoot wherever. Like you I don't think it's possible to shoot a movie unless you're very, very thorough about it in a way that you can map the building it takes place in. But I do agree that it adds to the horror. The overlook is quite good architectural horror. Do you guys like the zoomed out version? You got 2 votes for zoomed out. Let's go with it then. Thank you guys. It's true that the crop is slightly strange. Like it's focused a lot in the ceiling, which might look weird. But yeah, that may be a strength actually of the, you know, unsettling quality of it. Oh my, there might be some edge mistakes. Some of them are stuff that I can't really do much about. An abandoned indie game project called Against the Wall, which was about climbing up an endless white brick wall, which life clung to in parts. Sounds ominous. I'm gonna try and give everything a slightly blue-green tint. Yeah, the mid-channel theme is a banger. Also, this version is just very good. I'm also gonna pump up the contrasts. for extra ominousness. I feel like some parts should be a little bit more in shadow, like here, here. I'm gonna do that right now. Hey, Bob. A little bit more shadow. Just in some specific places to make the contrast, like in this area, look very high. Because I think it's like the weirdest area. And like this little chunk here in the center is where I want eyes to be drawn to. So that's why I'm working the shadows in that specific way. It's more just a first-person puzzle game. You can see what somehow life had evolved and built things against a sheer face. Interesting. Sounds like a cool, just general world-building concept. Okay, these lighting touches, it's not much, but whoa, why did it do that? Anyway, Photoshop being Photoshop. Those lighting touches, as you can see here in the center, increases the contrast a bit. And this one obviously is supposed to be sort of a companion to, hold on. Hey! Midnight, how you doing? How is your stream? What did you guys edit? So guys, let me explain what we're doing today. Come here, we're doing photo manipulation horror. The idea today is a series of images in which I explore a endless space, endless impossible space, basically made out of concrete and industrial stuff like concrete pipes that I casually find in through a door in the basement of my parents' house, which has been there forever. You know, like in the fiction of this story, when my parents bought this house, it just had this door in the basement and nobody was able to open it. The previous owners couldn't open it either. Like nobody really thought about it too much. So I decided I'm just gonna open it and see what's behind. And I just found this pretty regular ass corridor that leads, imagine a corridor that starts like this. It's kind of ominous and weird, but you just decide let's see what's behind that. and that corridor leads to a bigger room, which leads to a bigger corridor, and you keep going down and deeper, and it just gets crazier and crazier until you get to stuff like what we're making right now, or the other one I was going to show, which is mostly the companion piece to this one here. So just spaces that are both endlessly big and like oppressive in a way. That's the idea. So hey, welcome everybody. And I feel like I need to go a little bit darker if this is supposed to be a companion piece to that one. So let me actually bring these two down. Most of these are smaller edits than what I usually do. I'm just like changing spaces to make them weirder. But yeah, how was your stream, Midnight? What did you guys edit? What you working on? Ooh, okay, I really like this much darker version, actually. Yeah, dope. What will it? Thank you for the follow. Talk about dads and parenting. Okay, that's cool. We lose a bunch of the image here. It just becomes pretty much dark, but I like the vibe it achieves. So it's a yes for me. And it also works much better with the other one, with this one, just in terms of lighting. Okay, photo lit. Have a good lurk. I kind of like when something is so starkly lit like this that it has a bit of glow to it. It kind of permeates around it. I just think that's cool. I'm also, just to emphasize this weird like zigzagging structure that we created, I'm gonna light up some of those areas in the back as well. A little bit less, but still kind of like we have a very strong light coming from one direction. I hope it doesn't look too much like sunlight. It's supposed to be super deep underground. But I guess I should have mentioned this first. The original image is this, in case you guys were wondering. So from that we went to that. The things in the back are essentially just the same image, just repeated, flipped, and kind of crisscrossing. Andrew, thank you for the follow. Doctor in real life and in Photoshop. When is Adobe gonna start giving out Photoshop doctorates? Come on. Come on, Adobe. Pay you like $100 a year. Least I deserve is a little piece of paper. Anyway, I'm pretty happy with this one. I don't know if I should add anything else. Seems like a good oppressive space. One of many that we'll have, so let's call this one done. And move over to the next one. We might do, now we've done something that is going to be more towards the end, when the geometry essentially gets impossible. So now let's do something more in the middle or towards the beginning. You know, you just kind of zigzag between the two. Let's see. Let's open a new file. Keep going with 2x3 or 3x2, depending on how you say it. Let's see. What kind of pictures should we use for the next one? I kind of like this one. Obviously, it's I need to flip the image. So let's rotate that. This one, I would change the colors to be a little bit less orange, I guess. A bit more, you know, make this feel more like concrete. So basically gray. So remove the oranges, remove the windows, because I want it to feel oppressive. And windows kind of break that for us. So first thing I'm doing is I'm just gonna crop it up a little bit like this, or it should just switch the crop. I could just crop the windows out. I feel like that just makes everything a little bit awkward. I think the angle of the picture slightly awkward, kind of like I decided to cut something off because I didn't want to remove it. So what I'm gonna do is use some of the textures from here and move them up and hopefully cover this, or cover at least a decent chunk of it. I think that might be the best. Or I could just get some other concrete textures. You know what I'm missing? Concrete textures. Maybe I should get some. So let's jump into browser a little bit. This is Piranesi, a big inspiration for this series. You can see the parallels between this and this, right? With the crisscrossing, kind of endless columns. I think the parallels are fairly easy to notice. Oh, this is going to be Ziggurats 4. Ziggurats is the name, or at least the provisional name I'm giving it. Giving like this mega structure. Should we add a link to Jacob Gall's video? Oh yeah, that's a very good source of inspiration. Yeah, I think he did one on Piranesi, right? Or was that Solar Sands? I forget. They both have two. There's a couple very good videos from each channel. Textures. So let's go to Texture Labs. This is a great resource if you do anything Photoshop. We recommend the sites texturelabs.org. It has a bunch of just free textures that you can use for any purpose, commercial, anything. Very good stuff. Let's see. Let's take some piece of concrete with cracks. I like it, but the cracks might make it easier. And make it harder to blend. Maybe this pretty regular concrete. Oh, this one's kind of broken. I don't like it. The Shape of Infinity. Yeah, very good video. The one Sarah just linked. If you guys wanna watch something related to this topic. A bit long, I think. But yeah, give it a look when you have some time. We're not sponsored, we're just a bunch of nerds. I mean, I've never heard of a YouTuber sponsoring a streamer, but hey Jacob, if you hear this, let's make that happen. I'm kidding. Yeah, Jacob Geller is one of my favorite YouTubers for sure. Very, very thoughtful essays. If you guys like that kind of stuff. Okay, so I'm basically just cutting out the space that I want to fill in. We'll fill that in with some of that concrete texture. We might do the same for these walls as well. Kind of just mix everything in. We have some little dents in the concrete, which I'll just fix manually with a brush, I think. It'll probably be easier than doing that with a lasso. Lassos are good for very straight angles, what I'm doing now. Anything subtler, and the brush is probably your best option. Okay, so now let's fix that up, like as I said. These little dents are probably not dents at all, but just glare from the windows in the back. I'm just gonna cut that in a little bit, I think. Either that or... yeah, just might look better. Just fill that in with some more concrete. Obviously this concrete is also way too detailed for the picture we're putting it on. So we will have to do something about that too. Probably just some Gaussian blur will do. We'll also have some noise later to come and fix some things. Now I wonder if I should do this as well. And just kind of fade that texture in with the real one. Leave that little stain there. Just so there are some parallels between these parts and these parts. But without getting too much into the perfect edges and stuff, just trying to mix in the textures a little bit for consistency, let's say. So yo, I've been playing Elden Ring. It is a very good game. Despite some of the performance issues, which I don't have the beefiest computer for games. It's mostly built for Photoshop. So definitely been hit by those, but other than that, one of the best open world stuff and world things in a long time that I've played. Just stellar stuff. Okay, let's do a color layer. and get slightly brownish gray, so it's not like pure gray. Let's just fill everything in here. Remove that orange from the wall. So hopefully we get a bit more of that concrete aesthetic. I think everything orange in general I'm gonna stamp out. Don't know if that's the wall painted orange a little bit or the lighting and the color grading in the picture, which probably also contributes. Okay, Andrew, have a good night. Okay, we're getting there. Honestly, I don't think this texture is doing that much down here. Maybe a little bit up here, mostly. But yeah, the color layer is doing much more. Okay, so there's gonna be a color, a normal layer, and a soft light. On top of the concrete we added, the color is to just make it slightly grimier. The soft light is for all the main shadows. Hey, Haji. Okay, that's starting to look like something. So that way we've removed those annoying windows. Now what I would like to destroy is here in a hue saturation, I want to pick all the oranges or reds in general. Just bring them down. Maybe make them a bit greener as well. Everything's a bit grey, isn't it? Do you mind if I send a couple of pictures that might be of use? Yeah, sure. Now maybe some of the lighting I can color a bluish tone to imply that it is not really natural light. It's not sunlight that's coming in. Let's have some artificial light. So maybe blue is not the best way of showing that. Maybe some green tints. Some green, bluish green of sorts. Let me save that. Oh, nice. part of a heat exchanger. Oh. Oh, strange. Huh. Could be fun. Nice. Thank you, Zara. Oh, here's what I'll add. These distressed concrete texture. To this. So I gotta give it the same blur, of course. That way we have some more interesting textures there. Okay, let's compare to the original. I think we've managed to change the vibes quite dramatically, which is always fun. Always a fun thing to do. I don't know if this is too black and white though. What do you guys think? In terms of color, we still have to mess with the lighting a little bit. I'm wondering if in terms of color it's a bit too black and white. Like we've removed so many reds that we've kind of messed it up in that way. Mr. J, greetings from Monkeyland, Mexico. Hola, hola. Yeah, I was feeling like I'm going too much into grayscale. Okay, I'm wondering if I change. I think these are the reds. Do I resaturate them a bit? Then switch them over to something different. Another color. I'm here changing the hues. Considering the original is this here. So it had a lot of red and orange tones, which don't really fit into the series, into the aesthetics we're going for. It's like gray and green mostly. Maybe there's a little bit of green, bluish green. It still makes it feel kind of grayscale, but still better. Tacos de pastor, I'd love some right now. Also, I'm wondering if I should remove, because what I'm trying to do, apart from, you know, making everything look kind of interior, is removing all signs of human use. Like it's just there, but it lacks some things that you'd think are basic. So for example, in this one, there were a lot of stickers here and signs. I removed all of those, made it look kind of sterile. Also, in terms of colors, I guess I'm not that far from that one, right? It still has a little bit of oranges. Okay, maybe what I can do is go to some specific places and re-add some oranges. Like just... Let's see, what are some places I could bring back oranges to? Some of the metals here. It's slightly to the ground. Just some slight variations of color to make it feel a little bit less grayscale. Did this work for anything? Let me take a look. I don't know. Currently, I can't think of a way it would, but you never know. Found a weasel. Oh, cute. Okay, little things here in the original. Gonna make a clone stamp layer. There's a little bit patterning on the floor. I think it's probably just fine. I don't know if I should keep this grate here. Oh, what's the problem with it? Such a silly thing to get worried about. Yeah, forget it. Just being silly. Okay, the thing we should be thinking about is lighting. Does this feel like the outdoors is right here? Or does it feel enough like it's indoors? What I mean, yeah, the lighting is very clearly coming from outside this window. Like, it's just all coming from here. And we can't really see what's behind this. So we could just leave it like that. Like, the source of lighting is out of frame. See, one thing I'd like to do is, both for artistic effects and just for fun, is to have very strange sources of lighting. Like, it's not evenly lit like a factory or anything should be. It's mostly everything's mostly kind of dark, but there are some spots where suddenly a bunch of lights appear, like here, right? Pretty much everything is dark and suddenly this area is like very well lit. Or I think we did that in this one here, where pretty much everything is dark again and there's this strip of light just in one place that's illuminating just this small area. Like, it doesn't make sense logically, and I think that just adds a little bit to the eeriness. That sort of unequal lighting. It's all bunched up in a little corner. Like, who thought of this? What architect made this decision? Yeah, I think the context will help. And also, right now, I'm gonna do a little something. As usual. A little, there it is, camera raw filter. So, typical filter where I add a little bit of grain, which gives some texture to the picture. Especially this one, because it's slightly low quality compared to the others. So we can hide that. Vignette, of course. No, I'm not going to add my signature to these. I feel like, yeah, it's a lot of pics. It wouldn't be worth it. Maybe the one like main picture, the one I worked the hardest on, I will add my signature there, just so it's somewhere, but I'll mostly just ignore it this time. Wax and granites. This maybe look a bit too natural though. It doesn't feel like concrete. Okay, so what I'm doing, like the other ones, just a lot of contrast. I think that just makes it look so cool. Strange lighting, lots of contrast, deep shadows. You can see that. Are you going to bed, Jazz? Have a good night. I'll chat with you later. Or, I mean, I guess you'll see it tomorrow, but we will chat. I hate it. That's a good sign. More machinery. I will never say no to that. Maybe that pick is a bit old though. In terms of grain and stuff, but you know. I'll keep it anyway. You never know. One of my fears is that all these pictures look a bit too edited. Like they are obviously edited, but I have the fear of going like that it looks so clearly like, edited with the contrast and all that. It takes a little bit away from how naturally the story is supposed to be told. Like I'm just supposed to be going in there and documenting stuff, not like trying to make the pictures pretty. So I think that the suspension of disbelief is enough, that it won't really matter too much, but it still maybe irks me a little bit. I don't know. Do you guys think I should keep the edits more minimal? Try to go a bit more for realism than for a highly edited picture like this, where all the contrasts had been set up in a precise way. Obviously, if I went for less edited, things would look a bit more like this, a bit more realistic, a bit more, you know, a bit more like that, but less pretty. So it's balance, as usual. That's true. I could take that kind of decision on the whole set. Just one of the things we could do is just to add a little bit of, you know, tone variation. I'm thinking of adding a few more warm tones. Because a picture looks very edited if, I mean, among many things, but if it looks like it has two colors, you know? Like the colors have been very precisely set up to make a kind of monochrome image. So this feels a bit more monochrome. Adding just a touch of oranges, kind of like the original ones, maybe might help with that. So the image looks less prepared, if that makes sense. So it could just be like a little tone to the concrete areas. It's very subtle. I don't know if it even comes through in the stream, because it's a very subtle change in color, especially if you have like any kind of screen filter. But I think it does make a difference. Might just be that I've been looking at the image for too long, but yeah, let's go with it. I think let's go with it. Give that a little save. Difference here is I just added a little bit of oranges and yellows to the back to make it look less monochrome. I don't know if it does anything to you guys' eyes, like if it even is noticeable, but it's minimal. Okay. So I'm stressing over nothing. Not that I'm stressing, but okay, so we're 2 pictures in. See, this one has a little bit of oranges in there. I feel like it still works within the color palette of the others. It's nice that we have it would be nice if we had a consistent tone throughout. Maybe this one I'll make it a little bit lighter. Maybe the things start getting darker and darker as I go down. For now, let's keep it like that, and then we'll edit it as we need for the general tone of things. For now, let's just keep it consistent. So similar to this, because this and this are going to be in similar, like maybe this door literally leads to this. That makes sense. For example, it adds a pleasant change to it. Well, if it's pleasant. Like, it feels similar to this one. It does have oranges in there. In any case, it's not important. Let's try another one. I guess the problem with this, well, I can explain it within the picture. The thing is, I keep going down, right? So maybe this is later on while I'm trying to go up. Maybe I'm coming back from some excursion into the ziggurats. Something like that. Could work. In any case, let's see. What other pictures could we use? Let me open a new thing. It's gonna be, again, this. I think vertical. And I think this is cool. This has some machinery and beams in the ceiling. I kind of like that. Obviously, as usual, some natural light. This feels like the same place as this. Look at the handrails. Similar. So they could work like they were right next to each other. Not that I want like a ton of consistency with things like handrails. It's supposed to like change and mutate as we go, so. But having 2 equal handrails could work for 2 photos that are taken in the same, like maybe the 2 are in the same post and same tweet or whatever. Okay, let's see. Oh, I got a lot of pictures to remove. Too many tabs open. There we go. I have this one as well. This one's a bit older. It has some graffiti on it. So maybe I'll just use this little chunk at some point. It doesn't feel like a great base image. This picture, I love. What I would like is to add this cog to some other, like, a room. And just have this giant cog in the middle. It has, like, it already has the same vibe as these pictures to the cog itself. It's a bit bluer, but pretty similar. Then, of course, we have this one. I feel like I have to use this one at some point. Thing is, I don't even know if I would change anything here. Apart from the obvious, like removing the exit sign and the cameras. Feels like it works, I think. Obviously, it does need... Whoa. A very sudden sneeze. Excuse me. Hope that didn't startle you guys. Thank you. First thing I would like to do is I'll use this auto tool because it's very good. Just helps remove a lot of these Instagrammy filters that I don't much enjoy. Yeah, this one I'm definitely going to edit at some point, so might as well do it now. What I would like is to reduce the reds slightly and add a little bit more blues. As for the greens, I feel like I need to bring them back slightly. Okay, and then things to remove from here. Quite simple things, to be honest. But remember to remove the reflection as well as the object, because it's a bit of a reflective floor. Let me scour for any other little signs. Oh, here, sneaky. We got another little post. Oh, what are these things called? What's the name of this thing? The kind of little pole that holds a kind of string to separate cues and that kind of thing. Is there a name for that? I don't even know if I know the name in Spanish. Come on, Sar, you're a translator. Help me out. You know, no, same. I don't know the word in either language. Yeah, me neither. I never really think it's not the kind of object you really think about. You don't really wonder what the name of it is. Anybody in chat know the name of these objects? Of these guys? Ale stand. Really? Interesting. Stanchion? Is that really? You're kidding. A stanchion? Stanchion? I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's a sturdy upright fixture that provides supports from some other objects. It can be a permanent fixture. Huh. Well, there we go. I like it. It's a cool word. I think everybody should be talking about stanchions. Candelero. Nautical term. Interesting. I guess like a thing to hold rope, so it makes sense that it may come from a nautical term. See, we learn here in this stream. It might not look like it, but this is an educational stream. Believe it or not. Okay, another security camera. This one here as well. Event management. Stanchion is an upright bar of posts and includes retractable belts. There we go. Okay, I need to make sense of how this cable ends. There we go. That's good enough. It is Stanchion. Great name, honestly. Whoever came up with the name Stanchion for a barrier? Good job, good job. I commend you. Okay, I think that's all security cameras. I also think it would be slightly funny if there were security cameras in this thing, but I want to keep it a little bit mysterious, so I think that will go against the vibes. Of course it's from French. Like a big chunk of English, I guess. I'm wondering if I should cut it in a different way, but it's kind of like the other one, like this one here, where maybe having a big chunk of the image be just the ceiling and have the interesting bits be kind of out in the corner. That might be interesting, honestly. There's not much more to do here in any case. Ubard. So we are creating a series of architectural horror pictures. It's gonna go from more straightforward things like this, and as we go deeper and deeper and deeper into the structure, it's just gonna go weirder and eventually like pretty much impossibly weird. So that's the vibe we're aiming for. Also, by the way, I need to repeat this. This is going to be a first-person thread on Twitter. It's a story that's going to be constructed as if it were happening to me live, and I'm live tweeting through me discovering this endless impossible space. So, you're here. You are in on the grift currently. If you see this when it's out, and you better share it. If you see it when it's out, play along, okay? Don't go like, oh, I saw this on Twitch. No, you play along. You pretend it's all happening in real life. And I'll owe you one. You're legally in on the grift. I'm wondering if a little bit more contrast. Yeah, I think I'm reaching the vibe for this series, and it's mostly grays with some blues and greens. And a lot of contrasts. So a lot of very dark areas, a lot of super bright things, not a lot in between. You guys know what contrast is. No need for vignetting here. It's already has kind of a natural vignette. But I will add grain for consistency because it's kind of everywhere already. But apart from that, just some color management. We bring it closer to the others. We bring them up. This, I guess this one's a bit more gray, not as much blue. But I feel like this could be sort of in the middle. Like in between spaces that make sense and spaces that don't make sense. Like this feels like it's sort of in between a place that has some use and a place that's completely just abstract, I think. Yeah, that's essentially what this series is gonna be. Kind of an endless structure that's underground, keeps going down and down and down. Even gets more and more and more complicated and bigger as we go. So that's the vibe. Whoa, I hate that bug. So this would be Ziggurat 5. Ziggurat is the name I'm giving things for now, because it's just a cool name for a structure. Might go for something different in the end, but Ziggurat works for now. So that gives us 3 pictures today. Being productive. Not that these pictures are super complex to do. Like this one, just a couple edits. It's 4 layers. Not even the background one is useless. So 3 layers. This one here is a bit more complicated. We removed some windows, we did more lighting things, and this one's obviously like way more complicated. There's a lot of compositing here going on. But yeah, this slowly builds up. Obviously the first images, like this one, they're not gonna have as much editing, just by virtue of, you know, them being pretty simple and pretty normal looking. Still like eerie and slightly weird, but still kind of normal. And the ones towards the end are just gonna be wild and weird, and that's when we do stretch the editing muscles, so to speak. It's been 2 hours and we have 3 pictures, so we're doing good time, I think. Let's see what else we can get done today. I feel like something with a structure, like a big machine, because that has to pop up sometime. I also like this. It's supposed to be looking up at a chimney, I think, but it can be presented as, you know, just a corridor. I feel like this one is further in. Like it already feels pretty abstract, doesn't it? Maybe, what if we just make this very long? It's simple, it's a simple edit. But I feel like we either put something behind it, or we just make it very long. What do you mean very long? Quite simple, really. Let me open a new file. And just drop that in here. Oh, perfect, actually. It's exactly 2 by 3. And so we just take this white area, very simple. I'm just gonna use the marquee tool. could use any of the automatic tools, but I want to cut slightly into the edge. Then we make a copy. And we fuse them in a way that every line continues naturally. So here, 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 and here. Yeah, we do that again. It's just a bit of lining up. Then we take the two of them and again line them up. And as we go, we'll just make it a bit darker. That's what I mean by very long. And then we just take the four of them, and we could keep going endlessly, but we'll just go until it's pretty much a pixel. So I'll just copy the last couple of ones. I don't think we need more than that. It's already a jumble there. In any case, that's what I meant. A bit hypnotizing it is. So I'm wondering if this could be some sort of corridor, or we're just looking up at something. Or down, even. Could be a huge drop. But we'd need an edge for that to make sense. I feel like maybe corridor is... I think that makes more sense. I'm wondering what kind of lighting this would have. We have to have maybe a circle every so often, like every step of the way. Some sort of neon light circle. It does feel like it spirals a bit. I think that's just a misalignment. Like it's not perfectly centered, so it's gonna be misaligned a little bit. Zoom in, yeah, it's hypnotizing, right? Whoa. It actually does kind of spiral, you're right. Oh, you know what? This might be a ramp for cars in a garage. Maybe? Yeah, I don't know what I was even looking at. I thought it was some sort of chimney. But the ramp makes sense. Seeing that it seems to spiral, like it goes this, we follow that, it ends here. So the spiraling, actually, yeah, you were right about the spiraling. So I'm wondering if instead of doing this, we should cut it somehow differently. remove this. And the next part, maybe we can make it fit within the spiral. Oh, that might be asking for a lot. Let's see. I mean, it actually does kind of work. The lighting obviously has to be matched. But this can essentially spiral endlessly, which is... it's quite fun. So the idea would be to do that again. The thing that's not going to match super well in this construction is the tubes. I'll need to maybe manually match them after the fact, so they make more sense. Oh, this is gonna be trippy. In a good way, I hope. The tubes are definitely gonna be the hardest part, but we shall try. We will give it our all. So obviously doing this whole, it's a bit harder to automate this process like I did before. Not automate, but make it efficient. So each one of these layers will take slightly longer with this method. But it will make a bit more sense than before. So I hope. There we go. If it is a spoiler for the story, will there be creatures in the endlessness? I like the idea of the ecosystem, but I think I want to keep it to just the architecture kind of being the evil here, and the pure loneliness of it. I think all the traces of creatures or whatever that will be is more like the implication of maybe like something must be operating these machines and making these noises and all that, but it's no like direct, oh, scary guys running behind me, that kind of thing. There we go. Now we can kind of automate it. We're farther away and it's not going to matter as much. We get it slightly wrong. Whoa, yeah, it's getting trippy again. We had to accomplish the same thing in more layers. And yeah, at this point, I don't know, maybe I'll do one last pass. But at this point, it's just pixels, so there we go. Whoa, trippy. Almost like they used to be here but aren't anymore. Something like that. But there's gonna be like machinery running. Like there's gonna be stuff spinning and sometimes I hope to make some short like video things as well. Kind of like taken from my phone. And the idea is that in the background you can hear like something huge moving, like an enormous machine somewhere in the distance, like very muffled, but those kinds of things. And it kind of like, it startles me for a while, but it's not directly. Or I tried, like, I hide for a second and just make sure that everything's cool before I keep going. It's a dizzying spiral, yes. Engine of the Earth, I like that. I think I messed up in one spot. I think everything here should be one space bigger. Exactly one. Like so. Because that way everything connects actually better. Nice. So the difference, let's see if it actually makes a difference. Yeah, before the basic version I did before kind of cuts off in some areas, it looks weird. Here it's a pure spiral, so it works much better, I hope. Also, this is gonna be, what number is it already? I think we're at 6. So what I would need to do is fit them the best I can, especially with the tubes below. This whole area doesn't work super well. So what I might do is... yeah, we don't have any more than this, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, I might try to just take the tubes up to the point right before the caps here, so we can hopefully like loop them endlessly. And let's see if we can find a satisfying way to loop them. I'm hoping so, because the perspective should make sense, but you never know, I guess. Okay. Obviously, I'm gonna have to mess with the lighting on these. That should work. Feels like it would work. Maybe slightly too small. The thing is, we have to be quite precise with this, like joining of these two layers, because if we mess it up, it's just going to amplify every time we repeat it. So any error we do will come back to bite us in the ass. Okay, I'm gonna do soft light here. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, nice. Plus some soft light on the other side. Hopefully we can join them together in a satisfying way. And then make a nicer edge between them. Something that feels a bit softer, more realistic. There we go. I'm hoping this will work. So, if we take these two, do a copy of them and group them, or no, sorry. Turn it into one layer. Now hopefully we can take all four. Have something consistent. And yeah, that's the idea. We kind of stitch them together this way until we have a long line. You can just repeat endlessly. And again, we have to do the same thing here. US Department of Energy. Some cool pictures. Let me see. Ooh, what is that? Superconducted RF cavity. That is some cool piece of machinery. Nice. Okay, now I hope we have enough to carry this all the way to the end. Or at least to a point where it doesn't really make sense to keep going into this little thing in detail. So we're just repeating the same process, but low poly. Hey, thank you so much for the sub, Eobard. Oh yeah, Prime subs, y'all. Do Prime subs. Take money away from Jeff Bezos' pockets. He don't need it. I also stumbled up on this picture. See? Very appropriate for the occasion. Why is that? Oh, repeat pattern. Okay. feel like we don't need to continue this pattern over there. It just kind of blends in. I think we're good. But now we have a tube that makes sense. There we go. Instead of being just all cut up in weird ways. And below that, we just have this endless corridor. What I would like to do first is give it a lighting that's a bit more consistent. Instead of going back and forth from light to dark, light to dark. Hopefully something that feels like it has some nicer transitions between the two. Thank you, Eobard. Yeah, I like to keep the atmosphere chill, and yeah, be able to catch up with every message on chat whenever I can, whenever it's not too busy. It's always nice. You know, I love getting ideas from people and having folks kind of contribute to the story in each their own little way. Like, even if you don't like give ideas or critique or anything, just like, I think anyone on here can feel like they've contributed to the process, because just by being on here and chatting, gets my spirits up, so helps me get more art done. So in a more or less direct way, y'all are always helping. Now, there are some choppy edges. So instead of just trying to go with lighting them up or darkening them, I am just going at them directly. Because that'll probably be better. Or cost efficient. Oh yeah, and Sora sending a bunch of images they find is a mainstay. Okay, I guess this part doesn't exactly connect, but shush, just ignore it. Don't think about that one. It's funny how problems go away when you don't think about them. So it wasn't a perfect spiral. So what? If it works, it works. There's a ladder just out of view. Exactly. That's the kind of thinking I want to see. That's the kind of rationalizing I want to see in this stream. I think the lighting feels a bit more regular, just good. So I'm just out here, fixing the errors of my own hubris. Of thinking I could just repeat a pattern endlessly and have it look perfect. Ooh, that's Trippysaur. Okay, here's something I'm feeling. The dark spots here feel slightly weird. I feel like maybe it could be nice to have some texture below them to show that it's just like an indent in the... I think there might be an easy way of trying this, which is very, very simply adding concrete texture. And blend if here if the underlying layer is dark. And then we darken it. Except for maybe the corners. Oh, that's a lot of cables, sorry. I thought I had instead of a Gartha painting of lush green paradise, an industrial complex. What's a Gartha? Hollow Earth theory. Okay. I was not familiar with the term. Interesting. Gartha. I think the colors are slightly wrong. Like too blue, maybe? Maybe I can add a color layer to it. Get some of the colors from here. Some of these more orangey grays. And add that. Something a bit less. Yeah, that's better. Definitely better. Okay. And obviously we need to make this tunnel darker or lighter as we go deeper. I feel like since the picture starts kind of dark, I think it could have sort of blinding light effects down below, like as we go deeper and deeper. It's just that the lights of the tunnel just accumulates and turns everything kind of blinding. Not as much as this. There's just like a... Well, I guess I could just make this automatically. with a very simple gradient. Something that comes from here goes to here. So a little bit of overlay and a little bit of normal. And then maybe at the very end we have essentially just a point of light. What is that you sent, Sarah? Oh, parchment telescope. Okay. I kind of like this. Let's give it a bit of blue-greens like the others. Not as much green. Just kind of dark in general, as usual. But with the highlights being pretty highlighted. Just high contrast vibes. Bit of grain for consistency. We already have a vignette, so no need to add more. Or if we do, it's like very tapered, very round. It just kind of goes in like this, kind of softly. So this would be 0, and as we add more, we're adding more light at the end of the tunnel effects. Making that transition from dark to light a bit stronger. Anyway, this one's trippy, but I think it could be some sort of corridor, cursed corridor that I found, and I maybe don't want to go through. What I will do for a bit of realism is, instead of having it be perfectly symmetrical, just skew it to the side a little bit. And slightly rotate. So I don't know, is this a chimney, something that goes down, something that goes up? I think I might just... Maybe we don't need to determine that right now. And as we need it in the story, we'll figure it out, I think. Right? Anyway, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 images we've done so far. Well, this one's barely edited. But you get what I mean. We save that. And it's a total of 6 or 7 images so far. So we're doing a good time here. Goes up and down. Yeah, okay, so in the theory here, how this is supposed to work, and why I call it the ziggurats, tentative name, is that it kind of goes flats, and then suddenly does a big drop down, then flats, big drop down, and so on. So the idea or the theory I have is that's some sort of inverted ziggurat pyramid. Hence the name that I give it, that then turns out to be completely wrong. But a ziggurat is this type of Babylonian pyramid or pyramid type structure that is usually built in levels like this. It's a sort of castle essentially, or palace. So just inverted that, and that's like the structure I imagine it has as I explore it. But then it turns out that no, there's no way up. It just keeps going down, so I get lost trying to find the way up again, like trying to confirm if it'll eventually do this, but it never does. Yeah. Hence ziggurats. That's tentative still, because I still haven't like fully written the story. It's just figuring out the concept as we do the photos and stuff. So this could potentially be something that goes down. So like a big tube or slope. I'm like, hell no. Do I have to go down this? Like the only thing I feel like we could add to this is maybe some lights throughout. There's just this one big point of light out in the corner, but I think it looks cool with one point of lights instead of lights throughout. I don't know. I'll give it a couple spins, see what I like. Did I thank Green Kibble for following me? If I didn't, thank you. If I did, I'll thank you again. Anyway, let's see. What else do we have for base pictures? I love the concrete textures here. It's kind of broken. It's very good. Here, I think I just took this one for the tubes here. I like those. This one, I still haven't found a use for it, but I feel like you could just jot out of somewhere. Those tubes look fake. Also. Here we have something kind of similar, but a bit more grimy, where we have a kind of tube. It could work in different ways. This is a chimney, seen from below. This one I do know. This one I thought it was a chimney, but it turns out it's probably just the ramp of a garage. Found an old friend. Hey, yeah, it's a particle accelerator. So this one here could be used in some other part, maybe an earlier part of the story. It could be some sort of curving path that we took like this, or maybe something that kind of goes down like a big tube. We're seeing it from above as it goes down, or from below as we come down. Looks like a slide, you're right. I kind of like this one as well. So hold on, if we image, rotate counterclockwise. Like if we do the same vibe we did before, we just repeat it, and we say, for example, the pure whites out. Get some soft light to correct some of that. Oh wait, that won't work, right? No, because some of that is pretty much pure white. That's fine. But it could continue like that until it goes out of view, essentially. So it could be some sort of passage. Or we do have another one. Oh, this would be ziggurat 7. Which means there's one that's double, so we're 8 pictures in. Pretty nice. There's one I kind of liked that worked in a similar way to this, just with more of a ground level. Here it is. Hold on. Go here on top. I really like this one. What I would do is remove the train tracks, which be a bit annoying, but could be done. We have some lights, and there's a guy there that I would also remove, but essentially works as another sort of passageway. That's maybe a bit more down below as spaces get larger. So the first kind of passageways that we're gonna find are gonna be more like these. Hold on. This one is narrow, pretty regular, and this already kind of looks. It is a train track, but yeah, it's more of a train tunnel. So that's going to be further down as the spaces get more impossibly large, so to speak. The train tracks were like really big. We could leave the train tracks, but I feel like making it empty, like removing the train tracks from what's supposed to be a train tunnel, would just make it a strangely large tunnel, right? Like, what's the purpose of this? Which I think it's also fun in its own way. Because if we do leave the train tracks, also if we make them really big, we don't have any comparison. So they would just look regular to us, if that makes sense. Because the train tracks are the only thing, apart from the guy who's going to be removed, but they're the only thing giving us perspective. Maybe the ladders, but that's not a very huge thing. So people would latch onto the one recognizable element, which is train tracks. So they would gauge the size of the tunnel really quickly. And if we make the train tracks bigger, instead of making it look like it's a big train, it would make it look like it's a small tunnel, I feel like. A flow of water, I like that as well. We kind of live a little underground river. Makes it feel like it has more activity. Or maybe instead of a flow of water, like kind of stagnant. Just like a little pool. Like you don't really know if it's meant to be filled with water, or if it's meant to, or if it's just flooded for some reason. Turning it upside down. I mean, that could be fun, but then we'd need to figure out what happens with this. Like, why is it in the ceiling? I'm liking the flooded idea. the most, I think. But now I'm just gonna remove the train tracks quickly. Oh, I overdid it there. I feel like maybe images of puddles would work well for the flooded thing. Instead of directly just a surface of water. Or like a puddle that has reflectiveness. Which we would need to fill with reflections from the top as well. Okay, here the tracks are starting to blend in the middle. So we mostly just need to remove the edges. It's kind of messy for now, but since I'm planning to cover it for now, it's gonna be more of a base to add more stuff on later. I think we'll be fine, even if it's not the best clone stamp. If we do need to just end up choosing to just use the background as is, I will make some adjustments so it looks a bit better. Dinner time? Okay, enjoy your dinner, Sarah. Now, let's yeet this guy out of existence. Let's straight up delete him. Oh, I need to change the name of my pen. It is completely crushed. I got some new ones anyway, so not a huge problem. Okay, let me give that a save while we jump into the browser and look for, I think, puddles. Puddles will make the most sense. Let's go to, I'm thinking possibly Unsplash will have the best. Let's see. I mean, honestly, we could just recreate this type of puddle reflection. It's a pretty dark image, so I think it could work in that sense. What I would like, though, is mostly the edge of the puddle. Right, something like this. Just needs to be slightly higher up than this perspective, I think. And also like made of concrete. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Valve puddles. No. There's machinery, could be hydroelectric, some kind of cool method. I guess it would be justifiable. But it's not going to be explained, so it could possibly be like several explanations. Will this work? Again, not exactly the perspective, I think. But I'll download it, see if it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Yeah, maybe I can work with a slightly different perspective, since I just need the edge of it, and whatever's inside will just be the reflection of the ceiling. So it doesn't really need to be super precise. Let's just try the one I downloaded. See if it works. On here. Let's maybe give it an AI selection. I don't know if Photoshop will do great with that, but we can always give it a try. Quite good. It kind of stuck to the bottom, to the ceiling of the building, but that was probably to be expected. What I need to do now is expand it. I get a bit more of the ground around it. Or actually, here's what I'll do. I will invert this selection. Then do this. There we go. So now we just have the edge. Gotta think. Played smart here instead of doing everything manually. We can have more puddles down there. But let's hope this perspective works. Okay, let's see. Now we'll darken that until we get something closer to the end result, plus some colors to do that. There we go. And now everything that's inside that, so essentially all of this, or hold on, I'll make a group. I'll put down the group. Yeah, that's easier. Oh, no, that's not the right one. There we go. And now, flip that vertically. And we have the reflection. Does that work? obviously reflections aren't as bright as what they reflect. Some light is always lost. So it would be a bit darker, slightly hazier. And especially, I think I would put a gradient. Oh, that's a circular gradient. There we go, linear gradient. Okay, anything here? I think I'm messed up this edge there. There we go. We'll just soften it a bit. Now I'm wondering exactly what part should be reflected. Hold on, mirrors are hard sometimes, so I gotta think real hard. Normally, like, it would go... It's reflecting like this. So it's not reflecting the area that's directly above it, which would be out of frame anyway. It would be reflecting the area where... kind of this, I think. This would be... I think so. Again, reflection's hard. I think more or less what we put is pretty much there. The touch-up, it looked like this whole... Oh, showing the tone as a circle with the path being a divider. Oh yeah, get what you mean. Yeah, like it goes down like that. I mean, what we could do is add ripples. Ripples are fun. Here's the... Okay, so if we remove the levels... what happens in here? I think I'm doing it wrong. I should do it instead of like that, like this, which is like overall lose light. And then we'll soften the edges, the inner edges at least. Oh, and of course there's a part I cut manually that I completely missed. Or nearly forgot. This part wasn't really well cut by Photoshop, being the edge and all. So I'll just go at it manually. Usually in puddles, the edge of the puddle is the most complicated area. The area that gives you most trouble. And this honestly should just go straight to the edge instead of doing the edge of the puddle there. That would make way more sense. Bit more color there. You know what? Maybe we add a bit of that brown color to the reflection as well to show that the water is not like perfectly clean. It's just kind of muddy. So we can do that with the color layer. Just put a bunch of it and then go. Use that a bit. Okay, I think we got that. I love when reflections kind of just work, when the reflections are pretty direct and you can easily like recreate what it would look like. It's always fun. Hold on, I think I should do... Why doesn't that work? Oh, it does. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm silly, hold on. So I'm just gonna add the reflection to these two smaller puddles there. Instead of having that generic, there we go, that generic reflection. Bit more here. Should we add some ripples? Maybe that's too much. I don't know. You guys let me know if that works for you as a reflection, like instinctively. If not, I think we could just add some ripples. What I might do, color mixer here. Go to those oranges. We bring that to some kind of green. Hey, Kurt. No, that won't work here. Hold on, I will do that there. All those reds, there we go. We can just modify them easily. I think we can... No, green doesn't look great. It's kind of bluey there. I think I'll just keep him red or kind of yellow, but slightly desaturate them. Disco Rave Tunnel. Blasting Caramel Dancing here. As one should, of course. You know what it feels like though? This, if I make this super bright, it feels like it's going out. Like this is the exit. I mean, maybe it can be worked into the story like saying, oh, there's bright light over there, and it's just a very bright room. I was going to make that joke, but I was trying to find out how to spell the word. I was faster than you there. Could have been faster. Okay, how about... Let me return everything more or less to where it was. How about we reduce the brightness on here? Just by clone stamping a little bit. So hopefully it doesn't feel like it's just going out. Or at least like, not as much. There's still like light over there. I'm going to completely remove it, but it's not like that blinding tunnel is finishing kind of lights. So hopefully something a bit more... Like there's some artificial light, but the tunnel still continues, you know? You're not quite done with your little adventure. And don't forget, don't worry about the part that's clipping in there. I will take care of that. Caramel Dancing is a banger, and everyone that says the opposite is just misguided. Okay, this should be better. Now I group that up, call that remove light, so I know what it does. And I just bring back all these little things. But it's the same group that doesn't like. I'm gonna let you down. What's that song? The Rickroll? Only to find yourself in endless sewer tunnels. I don't know if I prefer endless sewer tunnels or, you know, this. Tough choice, honestly. Okay. I was like, that name's familiar, but not quite right. Okay, now I hope it doesn't feel like it's going out, like the tunnel is finishing. Still, there's some light out there, but it's not like, oh, I'm finished. My adventure is over. Anything else? Of course, a little bit of grain. It already has some, but it will help with the reflection. Okay, so a little bit of this vignette. Or effects. Feels like I'm always taking pictures of things where the light is, like we're in the middle of the darkness. But there we go. Not a huge edit in this one. If we compare to the original, oh, that is completely not the original. That's just a little test I did. If we compare to the original, we change, of course, the colors, the vibe. We remove the train track and the guy that was there. And yeah, just a puddle with the reflection. To put something in there. That's about it. And we made it look less like it's going out into the sun. I hope the reflection works well. So that would be the 7th picture or 8th picture we've done for this series. We're getting a good number in. Of course, it makes sense. We are doing small edits to each of these. It's not like each of them is a huge undertaking. So today we've done this, that, this. This one is too blue now that I look at it. Let's tone down those blues. Yeah, that'll be much clearer. Like it's supposed to have just a touch of blue. Like so. Anyway, what are you guys thinking so far about these strange first structure we're creating? It's gonna be well documented. I think it's, you know, it's what I bring to the table. Anyone can make a creepy thread about, yo, I'm seeing creepy things, but actually like making all these images, that's my strength right there. That's what I bring to the table. See, what other ziggurat pictures do we have? This is my little folder with everything. Time to collab with Kane Pixels. Kane Pixels does 3D stuff, right? If I'm correct. This one I really like because it's huge on its own. Oh, I think I have the same one twice actually. Downloaded that twice. There we go. Hey, Fakir. That's how you pronounce it. I don't know how I say it. Oh, if you want to see my hardware, go to the FAQs below. It's on there. Thank you for the follow. I love impossibly large structures. Same. So I think this one, obviously, you have to remove the cars and the people. It's not the best image. It's just kind of grainy. Not amazing, but I like it. The problem might be the crop now that I look at it. Okay, is this all saved? I don't know if it's saved as a JPEG, so let's do that. It was. It might have been an earlier version. Okay. So, we got a new one. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. I thought it would be more square and we wouldn't be able to fit as much. Baby vampire, thank you. That was a fun one. Okay, so I'm thinking what to do with this one exactly. Obviously, one of the most important things is not make this look like daylight. Hopefully make these areas here look more like an artificial strip of lights. I think that's not going to be a huge problem. Hey, Sora. I still don't know exactly what I'm doing with this, but for now, I'll just remove the folks and I like a lot of these objects. Make the area look empty. That's kind of the idea. Like, it has to look kind of desolate for this whole atmosphere to work. Like, if there are too many materials that look like this is in use, I think we take away some of that vibe. Yeah, why is the warehouse so far down? I think I don't want it to look super strictly like a warehouse, which is why I'm trying to remove things. The objects being stored in here. So, you know, warehouse like in shape, but unknown use. It's not the best picture. It's my biggest concern. It's not super high quality. I don't know exactly what we could do with this. What do you guys think? I mean, honestly, we could just kind of leave it empty and put some moody lights in, make it creepier, and just kind of do that. Obelisk in the middle weird? Yeah. Obelisk in the middle kind of weird. I don't know exactly what this pole is, but it doesn't exactly bother me, so for now we'll leave it. More dilapidated? I don't know in which way, but I don't want it to look super ruined though. It has to look kind of clean. Like if you look at the others, it looks kind of grimy in some places, a little bit dirty, but not ruined. Not the vibe we're going for. Oh, this would be 0 at 8. Let's see. I think we have another one that might work with this. This one. Oh, I like this one even better, actually. I mean, this one, this looks big. This, though, it looks kind of monumental, like these huge pipes. This is very cool. Yeah, let's drop that one. It looks gigantic. It probably is very gigantic. Also, the picture is better quality, which I appreciate a lot. Question. Ask away. I'll remove this. Oh, there we go. Oh, that fits very well. This part is kind of in the shadow. Annoying. Do I have anything similar? Nope. Guardrails. I feel like things like guardrails make more sense in the first parts, and as we go deeper and larger, we start removing those kinds of things. So it feels like the beginning is made more for humans, and as we go deeper, that kind of disappears. So it starts looking like it's made just not for us. Honestly, I'm just gonna copy these again. And then just darken them. Just screw it. Ridiculously steep guardrail. I like that as well. Let's see here. Going to remove some of the repeating textures, of course. As you guys know, I like to do every time I copy paste any area. Now this will need some shadow, because it was initially wasn't in the shadow. It's not super important, but just to keep with the original lighting for consistency, etc. The place looks dusty. Yeah, this looks very dusty. It's also the orange colors, which if we go in the filter, And remove some oranges, put some blues. It look less dusty, I bet. But we'll do that later. That dangling in the background, it does look like a boat. Probably some, it seems to be transported through a crane. So I don't know exactly what this building is, but it's must be carrying some of the materials. Whatever those are. Whatever end product is being created here. Oh, thank you so much. Welcome. And thanks for the follow. Okay, so I'm currently just trying to remove any signs of human use, which is hard. This area seems to be very used for many things, but I'm trying to remove text, clear things like labels. I don't know if this is a label or if... I have no idea what this is. I'll remove it though. It's not a hard one to remove. So we're trying to essentially make the place look slightly sterile. Kind of like this was built and then promptly forgotten about. Something like that. That's the vibe. Yeah, not a boat, some kind of crane platform or something like that. A platform carried by a crane, carrying some objects. Let's see, what else? Any other labels, signs, etc. Yeah, I don't think I see any other signs. This doesn't look like one. Nice. I think I'll keep these objects. I was thinking whether to remove them or not. I feel like they're not super intrusive. But I'm still thinking whether any edits could be done here. What could be changed in here? Oh, I have an idea. It might be fairly extensive. It will be fairly extensive. But what if we remove the floor? So essentially this whole area, we just remove it and make it kind of a chasm going below, and we take this tube and just continue that down there. Floors are so last year. Exactly. I think chasm is fun, right? I think it would add that extra little thing that we need here. That extra touch that brings it from just like a creepy but real place to a completely impossible one, or you know, not something you'd find in the real world at least. And this, of course, it's a huge space, So it would be, story-wise, it would be more towards the end of the story. Or the end of the exploration, right? Where you're just going into pretty much inconceivable spaces. So for now I'm just kind of covering things. With repeated textures. Which I don't like. I don't like doing that, but it has to be done. It has to be done. Now we are thinking with chasms. Also, like, honestly, this song from Crystal Peak in Hollow Knight is quite nice for this purpose. Similar vibes. Also, if y'all haven't played Hollow Knight, do yourself a favor and go play it. It is such a good game. That staircase could also go down along the wall. Which wall? This one? I mean, we wouldn't see much of it anyway. But now I'm just repeating things kind of shittily. Don't worry. We'll find more textures to put on there. I bet. I'll play Hollow Knight. Well, if that's something frustrating for you, I at least recommend you watch some gameplay, because masterpiece. Okay. Any other floor we can smite from the face of the earth? Here, just a little corner. Oh, there's a speaker there as well. We don't like speakers, too human. This is a workplace for eldritch beings. Not for humans. Yeah, I can't wait for Silk Song. Okay, now after all these repeated textures, let's soft light. Now it's important to find a way to clean those. Mostly, I'm just gonna bring some exterior textures because honestly, yeah, could be a lot. And what I'll do in this area is just repeat this texture and then just darken the hell out of it. Hold on, this needs a bit of precision, I think. There we go. Now I will just take this area and darken it a bunch. There we go. Like the rods there? Which rods? Oh, there we go. Now let me softly complete this because I kind of messed up with the edges. Whoops. Okay, so that's one texture taken care of. And then this here, in this here, I'm gonna use some kind of rusted metal. Let me go find something. Here we should have some. Let's see. We could also use some of that distressed concrete. Could be good as well. This looks decent. Worn cast iron, too dark, I think. Yeah, that could be good, I think. Let's give that a try. Oh. So, make that as large as we need, which is about this large, maybe this, because we'll also use in that little corner there. And then we'll just softly apply it all over, make it more of just a single texture instead of several panes. I don't think it'll be a huge deal. And then over here, then obviously this is too detailed. We need to blur it. Now let's see. Yeah, the colors are too complicated to just put it on luminosity. I think we can desaturate this. And then use our color layers. do something like this here. And then of course I need to add like a big shadow to complete that chasm look. So just a soft shadow coming from below. Let's compare to what these used to look like. Nice. This now looks like the part of Portal 2 when you're in the old testing facility. That's true. I like that part a lot. Okay, that now looks more integrated, I think. I wasn't looking until now, and I found a knot in my stomach. Well, that's a good sign, I guess. Go. Okay. Okay, so let's see. I think most things are covered. So I would like to change up some of the textures here because it looks now. It is the same one repeated over and over here. I'm going to change things up a little. Just give it some light differences, like some of the boxes are smaller here. There we go, bit of asymmetry. Now, of course, it's a very important thing, and it is this boy here. Now, what I want to do... Hold on, I'll just do it this way. Go to the original. I want to either take this chunk here, but it might not be the best, or this chunk here and just multiply it a bunch. I think that might be the best option. Are they evenly spaced? I think so. So I think I'll just go with that. So I'll take my angular selection tool. I'll take this whole thing, Control J. Now let me do some nice old edges. Is it a personal project or was it commissioned? Personal. Yeah, it's just for a thread on Twitter. Just like if you've seen the one I've done with my family ghosts, very similar to that. So just for fun. And hoping to freak some people out, if possible. Because that's fun. So hey, this is my reminder that I do every so often, that if you are watching this, you are currently complicit in my little scheme. So you're legally required to not speak of this until, like, once the project has started and I'm starting to post these images on Twitter. Pretend it's all real, alright? I don't want anyone out there saying, hey, I've seen this stream on Twitch, because everyone has to play along with my little trick. Okay, I feel like we can do that, yeah. Oh, there we go. April Fool's is the day I can't post. I don't recall what I did for last year's April Fool's. Oh yeah, I just posted and I just said, oh, April Fool's, y'all. All my posts are actually fake, except for the last one. Or except for this one, or something like that. Just something silly. But yeah, I think for this year, I might just post a regular picture. And give it like some full lore and stuff. And see how many people try to look for some. Okay, now I'm gonna use my... just manually add some stuff with a clone stamp. To fix up some of the edges, give it a little bit of, you know, differences all around, because right now it's a lot of the same thing repeating over and over. I feel like maybe I can add some of these, just again for some variation. Or googly eyes, yes, I like that as well. There's some really crazy looking animals. Oh, I like that. Just something from nature that is actually very weird. Conversion gel. I found that tweet and all I got is a picture of a recently extracted tooth with an enamel pearl on it. Oh no. Okay, so this is the pipe. giving the pipe its own shadow. As it goes down, maybe this is soft light. And then below the pipe, again a normal and a soft light, I think I'll do. And I'll just darken things as they go deeper. For that full chasm feeling. For the chasm vibes. Nice, I like that. Oh, a couple things. Clone chasm. There we go. I like that there's no humans in this picture. Because, you know, first that makes it an easier job for me. But also, it's just kind of eerie on its own without even taking away anything. But yeah, let's compare. Definitely, I think we added some eerie vibes. I hope so. I forgot that there's a little bit of chasm here as well. Not a huge thing, but a little bit of lights of shadow. A good measure. Slightly nauseous? Really? On the one hand, I'm sorry. On the other, I'm glad that it works. I was thinking might be a silly thing, but if pipes were coming from the ceiling, maybe that would help alleviate the fact that this is under daylight and help with the whole underground vibes. So, you know, if pipes are like coming down the ceiling, means that there's stuff above as well. I don't know. I don't know if most people would even notice, but maybe? Who knows? No, let's give it a try. Never hurts. So what I'll do instead of clone stamping, just get this whole thing. Control J. Flip that. And we do something like this. Got that. don't know if the angle will work perfectly. It is definitely a different angle, so we'll see. Also, this ladder I have to remove, obviously, for obvious reasons. That ladder doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, what I could do is the lighting doesn't make a lot of sense if I turn it like that. Or maybe it comes from here. Alright, that could actually work. So it's a bit further behind. It's somewhere like this, and it eventually just disappears behind these railings here. Or not railings, whatever those are. Things. Make it all soft. And remove all the reds. Or the yellows, same thing. Maybe give it some color layer. Okay, that could work. I was thinking if maybe this direction would work better though. Didn't need a different crop for sure. Because the light hits better there. And then maybe we continue it with or somehow try to think of a way where I can do this without breaking the whole lighting, which might be hard. So what I could do is do a puppet warp here and see if we can manage to turn it around without breaking too much. And if we can't, we just can't, and that's okay. Now I'll break too much. Yeah, because the pipe's not made for that. Fair enough. I think I found a way though. Maybe. Emphasis on maybe. it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The idea is not that important. I just thought maybe if pipes are coming from the ceiling, we can actually achieve an effect that makes it look more subterranean. This is supposed to be underground if you're just coming in. Okay, so what I'll add is the same guard blur, etc, etc. And this is gonna be a color layer. Again, give me those blues. It's not perfect, but I think it might do. I mean, in any case, it's supposed to go behind this. So it just adds some obstacles between it and the viewer. And that should hopefully help a little. God, yo, I wish I could talk to you about the big news I had today. I'm very, very excited. But it's gonna be... only thing I can say is it's gonna be a little extra project in the works that I might or might not be able to talk about for a while, but it's gonna be good. It's gonna be exciting. Gonna be something I've been looking forward for a long time. So yeah, you'll have to excuse me being vague. Okay, there we go. That's our other pipe. So let me group everything here. All of it. That is our ceiling. Don't know how to write pipe. There it is. Okay, now I think I just put everything together in a little layer. we mess with some of the colors. First and foremost, I think I want to take these more yellowy tones. Nope, not the greens, the yellows. Okay, I don't want to make them disappear completely, but I want to reduce them. And then we are going into our final filter. And we add our classics. Pretty similar to what we've been doing so far. With a bit more of a green tint. Ooh, the darkness here works. And now these feel like neon lights a little bit. Obviously, I have to turn the exposure down quite severely to do that. So I gotta try and save a lot of these, all of those shadows mostly. Now, I think some colors. I feel like the color mixer here. I would take the oranges. There we go, it's the yellows. Mostly the yellows are still coming through very strong. I want to desaturate them. I want to take all the blues. Take those aquas. This is more of a sunlight tone. This is more artificial. So I'm going for the more artificial to cement the fact that it's neon. Okay. What about some color grading as well? It seems like it would feel moist in this room. That's good, that's good. I like that. I'm taking a look. Now this is caramel dancing, blasting here. But I'm taking a look around the color wheel. You see what it feels right? Okay, the shadows are possibly the most important ones to make this feel coherent, kind of bluish. So then I want to give the midtones maybe a little bit of warm colors because I like how it looks. And the highlights are where the neon, where you control the color of the neons, which are not neons, but they are for us. So we just enhance what we have. That's quite the difference, isn't it? A pretty large difference. Now, I'm currently not the biggest fan of that pipe I just added. Because it worked, I felt like it worked a bit better in the previous lighting. And now it feels too dark in some areas, I would say. Also, oh, I guess there used to be some stairs here that I said I had to remove, but honestly, they're not noticeable, so just forget about them. Let's compare that to the original. That's a decent change of vibes. I switch in between day and night. True. I'm gonna try maybe some soft glare coming from the neons. Whoa, why did it zoom out? Photoshop being weird, as usual. What if I give that glare a color? Let's see, let's compare that to the tone of the other ones in general. I feel like we went too colorful compared to the rest. What do you guys think? So compared to the ones we did today, these are, if you missed them before, this is what we did today. These are all different parts of the same like structure. Some deeper, some shallower. This would be something pretty deep. Not like at the end where it just goes completely senseless, but pretty deep. More like an underwater facility. Fair enough. There's this one. Yeah, I feel like all the other ones are much more grayscale. So let's give that a try. So I'm just turning down the vibrance. Color mixer is fine. The color grading is where most of this goes on. Let's go again to the mixer. See, most of the color comes from the yellows in the pipes and this area here, which used to be very yellow. So I think that would be a more desaturated version. Tone that down quite a bit. See the before and after. think we're going there. Yeah, I think so. And that's just some levels. Oh, for some reason that takes a while to apply. For a little bit more contrast, in case we need more. And then that last soft light I added, it just adds a little bit of that. Actually, I don't think it's necessary. Whoa! I completely threw my pencil all over the place. Silly me. Let's remove that glare then. I think we run into the same, a little bit of the same problem again, where we've desaturated a lot and it's starting to feel not grayscale but monochrome, where we only have gray and that blue. And what we did before here that I think worked pretty well is actually just take a color layer, take some natural orange tones, and just softly add that to some places. See, that's very strong. But bring back a little bit of that in selected areas to bring a little bit of color variation, so it doesn't become entirely monochrome there. Maybe we can take a couple different versions, maybe something a bit more red as well. We can add to these cranes. A slight thing, but I think it helps it from becoming monochrome. Or at least I hope so. It just makes me hear the sound of the different substance. I imagine there would be like a lot of, most of the sounds that you'd hear in this place would be just drips all over. Just from like lack of maintenance. Probably pipes with whatever's inside. So let me save that. Ziggurat 8. Really happy with this one. I think we've encapsulated the vibes quite well. So today we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images. That's might be a record number. I mean, or not, because yeah, we had some streams where we made like a bunch of little images, but it's still a very good number. Oh, teach me a word in Spanish. So it's kind of factory-like. So a factory would be fábrica. Fabricar is to construct. And let's get hydrated. I don't think I've gotten hydrated a lot this stream. I have my water's full. But yeah, that's some very good progress in just 2 streams. We have 9 pictures total for this series. We're gonna need a lot. So that is like very good progress at the very least, which is great. It's at the very least a decent start. So yeah, very happy about that. But y'all, we're gonna call it a day, I think, because it's getting late and we've done a lot of pictures, so I'm pretty happy with myself. Also, yeah, I deserve to play a little Elden Ring. I've had some great news today, so it's gonna be Elden Ring today or tonight. I like rocks, thank you so much. I'm from Spain, so but I'm very big night owl, as you might be able to calculate if you look at what hour it is. Yeah, thank you so much, Nectals, and thanks for the follow. I like rocks. Guys, thank you so much for being here with me and for chatting. It's been a fun stream and we've done a lot of stuff. So again, if the day you see this on the internet, you all have to pretend it's real. Don't say I've seen this on stream. We all have to play along. So you're all part of my little game right now. I'll be checking. If anyone says I saw this on stream, I'll be very disappointed. Anyway, y'all, thank you so much, and I'll be seeing you on Wednesday for either more of this or some commissions or whatever else comes up. So look forward to that. Y'all,